Hey, what's up, guys? We're back again. Actually, I didn't stream at all yesterday because I was literally just dead, and I almost started doing something now. I'm going to show it to you guys. But basically, yeah, you see what we're doing here. I making it such that we could use query table here. And one thing I experimented with yesterday off stream was, if you see, let's go to query turbo example. Query turbo. Yeah, my ID is messing me up a little bit, but we'll be fine. Recovery. Yeah. Been having issue with that. I don't know why. Anyway, first I need to confirm that I'm actually live. Then I'm going to demonstrate something to you that I found out yesterday, and it's going to affect a little bit of what we're going to do today. Yeah, we're live. Let's try to check in. Perfect. Yep. All right, just wanted to confirm that everything is okay. So, one thing we've been doing is, like, we've implemented for loop and if else statement parsing at basically top level, because initially, like, for the new implementation, I was implementing for loop and if else statement as both statements, right? But actually, if else is actually an expression. It could be a statement itself, but it could also be an expression. So you can, for example, you can return an if else expression, or you can assign it to a variable, right? And another finding I'm gonna show it to you guys. I was playing with the direct interaction with the database to find it out. So for example, let's say we've got like this for this and this, and we return this, yeah. We get null because the return statement within this, okay, maybe that's not a good example. Let's use the one with if else statement. I'm saying if true, then I'm writing a bunch of statements, right? So this returns this addition. Let's run that. So what you're gonna notice is we're getting null back, right? If we remove this, let's say we just do return 5. This is something like that. So we're actually getting 5, right? So this goes to show you that if you have an if else statement and you have a return statement within the if else statement, it actually doesn't evaluate to outside of the block, it only does the return for within the if else statement. I don't know if that makes sense. And if you're writing this in native Rust, I'm going to show you a little demo. What you're going to know is that, like, if you return within an if block, for example, it's going to basically blow out to the outer scope. So um, that's something to keep in mind. However, if you're working with Surreal DB engine and you return within an if else statement, that if else is only that the return statement is only valid for within the context of the if else scope and not outside of it, right? So for you to actually get this from target, you actually have to return it itself, right? And when you return it, you see now it does evaluate. And what you're going to notice is you can even do this implicitly. And what do I mean by that? You don't need to explicitly use the return keyword. As you can see, this still works. Let's change the number here a little bit. You see that it still works. And for the last, if it's going to be the last statement also, the semicolon is optional. So you can either have this, it works. You can put a semicolon, it's still going to work. And you can also return it explicitly, right? As long as it's the last statement or expression. So what if we try to move that up where it's not going to work because it's not the last, right? So you get the gist. What does this mean then? It means an if else can be a statement or an expression. So we can assign it to another variable. We can return it from a function block or from any kind of block. And at the same time, we can have it as a standalone expression. You can imagine if you have an if else statement and within an if block, you're like, let's say, creating some resources. Within an else if, you're deleting some resources, right? And those things are not necessarily returning anything. They're just like, technically you can return something from those, but you don't have to. So you're just executing some functions. So that's something to keep in mind while we're implementing this. But so far, we've only implemented if else as a statement, at least within the query turbo context. And now I'm trying to also implement it as an expression. And what does that mean? As you can see, if we try to do something like, let's go to, where was I? So for example, you'll notice that we have this select statement. Let's just put it on a line, on a single line. We have that, then we have else if. We can put that on a new line actually. If we go here, you're gonna see that it's a query chain. And one thing we did in the previous stream was that anytime there's a return keyword within an if else block, it's going to evaluate this as a block now, and that's actually invalid. Just like I mentioned to you, that the return expression or statement from within the if else block does not blow out to the outer scope. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to I believe query parser, and here we're saying we're checking if it's return statements good. We shouldn't be checking if the if else block or for loop block as a return keyword, right? We shouldn't use the following because the return statement from within them do not blow out to the outer scope. They only return for the specific if else or follow block or context. So that's something we should probably remove it to do. Consider removing if for me. Yeah, but let's keep it for now. At least comment it out. So if we go back now and we try to we might have to restart the editor, so that's what I'm gonna do. Then let's clear it up, and now this should just be a query chain. Oh, let's confirm. Let's see what we got. Still loading. Still loading. So still loading. Let's give it a little time more. And while it's loading, you see that this starts to complain about this not being like query chain, and that's because now we've removed that heuristic. Because in this kind of context, even though there is a return keyword here, it's only valid for within the context of this if else statement. So what we could do is either do return that, but this is not going to work now because we haven't implemented an if else as an expression within the context of query turbo, and that's what we're going to do next. So it looks like this is still loading. Let's confirm that. Yep. Anyway, so where are we here? Let's just close others. We have the inlay already. Yeah, so now you see this is a query chain. We've reverted that. Now let's go back to query turbo, and we might have to go to, I believe, the query. So what we want to do here is we want to have if else also as an expression. So what's a good way to do it? Let's see. Currently, this. Take that out. Oh, that's a little bit frustrating. Try to delete it. So we have if else here. So right now we're implementing if as a statement, and I would like to implement that also as an expression. Let's disable inlay int here first. So let's see example usage here. So if I expand this, let's see what we get. Still loading. Loading. All right, let's set that out. Of course there is. Yeah. I see there's something I can close. Yep. And maybe also close VS Code. Okay. It's loading. Awesome. Perfect. So let's see, if we take this out and say we've got something like let's this so we've got something like that. Okay, let's say we've got so we're getting query chain out of this. Okay. And of course we can do something like this. So So that returns returns that, which returns a query chain. And then we're trying to return the if else altogether. So first let's see where we're implementing the return. Yeah. So we parse the return, we parse the expression, and then we parse the stuff. But the thing is, because we're using Rust expression in this context, what does it mean to be an expression to an if statement is different in our own context. So one thing we can look at first, let's go back to the example. One thing I'm curious is if we can assign this to a variable. So let's say PO. Does it check out? Nope. So the reason why we have that is that what does an expression mean in the context of the macro we're using? We're saying expression here. And if you also go to query, right, you see that we're saying expression is ident and also Rust expression. But if in that context is actually quite different, right? Because the query stream we're getting from if else statement is not exactly an idiomatic Rust expression, right? So we need to redefine what an expression means. And how can we do that? So one way we can do, let's start from here. We can say let's define, yep, and maybe make it clonable also. So all we can define is an enum that says expression. An expression could be let's say the normal expression, right? At the same time, it could be, we can actually say identifier could be an expression, and then if else can also be an expression, right? So one of those, any of those could be, let's just derive the relevant stuff. Clone. I suspected that, but let's just do it. Let's do that. Oh my god, do I have to do it for everything now? Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Cascade. And then there's more. I should have done this all this while. I really don't need this though, but I think it's good to have it, to have at least those two there, and just to make, okay. Let's see. That is for, let's do that first. Okay, so we'll go for, and say that again, put that there. what's complaining within if else. Okay, expression. Yep. So one thing we can do is, where's our expression? Is this, oh, I see. So we've actually defined an expression before. Let's see, we can use that. So we say else if can also be, and how do we take that to tokens? If else statement parser. If else statement parser, take that, use it there. In that case, if it's we probably want to have it as block then, right? So so that would then be something we can have on the other side. What's wrong? So we take that and Yes. So get this to render. Yeah. So we have the code we're rendering, which is the if else itself, and we are chaining that because it's meant to be part of a series of like statements. Um, but one thing I'm looking at is implementing it as a standalone statement, and I'm looking for the most viable or optimal path towards that because we already have the implementation for if else statement parsing. We just need to reuse that. I'm looking for the most ergonomic way to approach that. Um, mm, 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 mm. I'm feeling a little bit tired actually. But anyway, one thing that comes to mind, I'm actually thinking, like I'm contemplating now if there is any value, because when we sort of like take the statement and we take all the data into a query chain, right? That's a lossy conversion in terms of the semantics, right? Because now all you have is query chain, and even though all the metadata for let's say an if else statement would be embedded into the query chain itself, right? Semantically, you wouldn't be able to tell from like the code, the AST or whatever at that point that this query chain actually contains an if else statement. I mean, you can maybe check, but what I mean by that is that query chain is just like a collector. You can think of it like a collector, and it can contain anything, any statement basically, if else, for loop, select statement, transaction chain, basically anything, right? That's why it's called query chain. So basically, when you embed an if else statement, even if that's the only thing you're embedding into it, now it's query chain, right? There is no way for you to tell that, oh, this query chain is actually an if else statement. I mean, technically, we can track it within the um, struct, and let's say we have a field and we call that field like statement type, right? And the statement type would also have to be like a vector, because let's say a vector of an enum, the statement type is an enum in this context now. So we're gonna check that, okay, if it's just a single statement, and if that singular statement is an if else statement, then right. But I'm struggling to see why that would be of benefit for now. So one thing I'm gravitating towards is not really care about the conversion if it's lossy. Like even though we're like embedding the if statement into a query chain, right? Does that have an implication from the user perspective if you're writing query turbo? So remember, let me go back to an example of query turbo usage. So here, for example, the user doesn't care if this if statement is an if else statement builder or if it's query chain. The most important thing is that the user can write an idiomatic if else statement, right? And it should still work. So considering that, I think I it probably doesn't matter as much as you would think. So if we go to if we go to expression, which we are already implementing here, right now we're implementing the two tokens, and I'm trying to think that through, converting that into tokens. I think we have something like that. We're just calling it tokenize instead. There's a method here, right? Called tokenize. But even within this tokenize, we are now combining code to render and query chain because we need both. We need both to make the macro work. So one thing I'm looking at is, well, we come here within this place, right? This is what we would want our query to tokens to look like. So let's say we implement a method here and we call it to tokens, and we take self, return a singular token stream, and then we can take, let's go down a little bit, we can take all this, what did I just do, up to line 11, go up there, paste that, and now this if else is gonna be self, I believe. If else meta parser, yep, that should be self. Tokenize, then recapitalize that, token stream, let's copy that, so yeah, we can then call the two tokens here directly. So I'm just gonna remove to line 11 and say if else to tokens. If that makes sense, then we can go back to where was it? I believe, yeah, sorry. So if else meta parser, okay, tokenize, go meta content to tokens. Aren't I implementing on this itself? So this would be meta content tokens. Oh, that's not a native. Maybe I'm gonna rename this to custom token, or to tokens custom. Custom. Yep. Okay, so do that and let's go up a little bit. Okay. Tokens. Think a little bit. We can parse that into a block, which can then be returned or assigned to another variable. Yep. So let's look at this. I'm actually quite tired. I haven't gotten a lot of sleep. One thing I'm contemplating is, let's say this is query chain, right? We could just take this as block, and in that case, if this is now considered a block, then we should be able to return it, and we should be able to also assign to a variable. But that's just one side of the equation, right? We need to also tell the parser that anytime you encounter an if else token stream, that this is actually our if else token stream as an expression and not as a statement. So that's one thing we also need to do, so that we don't get errors when we're dealing with that. So where's the expression again? If else, that's the expression. So where's the parser? So actually, right here, this is where we need to come first. The two tokens is a different part of the equation. So let me show you something. If I go to the tests, let's take this away. You notice that if we do return here, it's gonna complain, right? It's complaining because we're trying to return an if statement. So what we're gonna do is try to fix that. So almost like a TDD. So first we fork the input stream, and after forking that, the branch, we parse the identifier, and we check if it's empty or if it's curly braces. Yeah, if it's braces, then we say it's an identifier. Oh, this is from in the context of an if else block. So I'll tell you what I mean. But yeah, we need to use a more generic context. I'll tell you what I mean here. So when you're writing an if else statement, you can say if, let's say, age greater than 4, then it starts with the curly brace, right? So this is what I mean here. In this case, we fork and we first check if for example, this could just be, you can imagine that you can have something like this. Let condition equals age greater than 6. Then you say something like this, right? So I implemented that to make that work. So what are we doing? We check the input stream, we fork it. When we fork it, we're expecting that once we've parsed this entire block, I'll show you why this is the case. That once we've parsed this whole thing, after we've parsed the identifier, it should be empty, or the next token stream on the inline should be actually a curly braces in this case, right? And that's how we're able to use that. So I will make this more specific so as not to confuse myself. And let's go cancel this, and I'll call this if. We might be able to use a generic one later on, but yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call this if else conditional expression, or cond expression. Yeah, use something more specific. Then we're gonna go back. Let's check return. So yeah, we're gonna maybe say, at least for now, let's do something more specific and see if we can generalize it later. Return expression. Okay. Identify is a valid one also. Then now we're gonna include if else. Let's just take that. Okay, so we check return, we parse the expression, and then the token. But what we can do here first is we can then do a bunch of checks, right? So let's write a parser for return expression. And oh, thank you. We do a look ahead and check if it's if, then we take that, we parse it, and if it's identifier, we go with that, otherwise we go with expression. Great. So we look ahead and we do that, and yeah, rather than using a mere basic expression, we can use return expression, and we change that also to return expression, right? And let's see, I'm a little bit tired, let me sit up. Yep, so we have return expression, and then we actually can we don't need to, we can optionally parse this. Let's say we do input um, pick as you might notice now, it doesn't complete anymore. You see that it now returns a block. So we've conquered our aspects. Let's see. Yep. It works now because now this gives us a block, which means we're able to return an if-else statement. And yep, 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 yep. So let's go back to return and let's see, we need to do something more. Not done. Press that. Let's see what we're using this. Stream statement parser. Let's check this place. No field name, and we're not using that. Then return expression is to return two tokens. Fair enough. We just parse in the old expression into return. Okay, I have an idea. So we're gonna pass everything in here. So wherever we parse from the if else, we need to be strategic about this, because actually there's one thing. Let's go back. If we take away the ident first, just take away that, and let's take that away. Let's try to do something. Yeah, let's have this as standalone, and let's create an identifier. Let's say this, and we'll try to return X. Or if we have something from outside, let's say we have BC, and that could be a number. We can call it BC. Okay, that works. Yeah. So we need to implement two tokens for return expression. Yep. Let's see. If else to tokens, but I'm looking at converting that into a block. String. Is more like pasty. So check. Something like this, we can take it out. X return expression. What's wrong with my idea? Okay, that's okay. How about we do now? Let's try this. Cases block expected. Okay, it's interesting. Where's that coming from? So we just need to figure out where the extra token is coming from. I do have something I'm suspecting, but let's do this. 5. How about we expand that? We might have to restart the ID. Once we figure out where that is coming from and we're able to parse the if else as an expression, then I think we're good to go. Let's conditionally parse it here also. You know what, we can Okay, so we're getting empty token back from the if statement. Interesting. Let's go back to this. If else into token stream as block. Let's restart. As you can see, we're not really doing anything yet. So alternatively, we could just do self to custom tokens and the previous stuff might work or should work.
Where did you say he was going again?
It's kind of repetition. Okay, I think it's because we have like both code to render and code to chain there. So we go to this. I think we probably want to chain. I'm not really feeling 100% today, but I still want to get this out of the way so we can at least be done with this. So if else Parser the two tokens maybe go to return. look. Select else if return. Okay. Yeah. Return that. It's gonna be X. And that return statement be change and this standalone. Return X. Okay. Then we take that and okay, return that. And is this as block and for the top level statements. And then okay, now we're returning these if statement and if statement all together. Okay. Yeah, looks good. Yeah. And then this is block, so we go back to return. We actually don't need this here. We don't need to do that there. Let me take this off. Let's restart. Let's see. Let's just wait for this to load and check again. And once we conquer this, I just need to update the test. I think this is probably the last one that I noticed, and it's kind of interesting. I need to document this. I need to document it. So it's possible for you to even do something like this. If it's the last one, then you don't need to have the return within this, right? But what's very important is that you return the if else statement itself, or you can also assign it to a variable, then return that variable. But let's do this first. Let's make this work first. So as you can see, this now at least it seems to work. Block, query chain, block, that works now. And same goes with this. This now also works. You take that off. It returns query chain, but if you return the if else statement, now it returns a block, right? So we can remove this and use that up there. What else? Let's just have that. Okay, I can have that for posterity's sake. So that works. If we come here also, we can improve this. Why can't support if else as a return expression? Just keep that there first. So here we can say something like if this, then we can open and take that, then go back, delete that, else if yep. So we can do something like that. Oh, okay, block should always return. So since this is not query turbo, it's block, should always return Yep, I think that's it. Let's save that. Update test if one thing I want to do is then see if you can assign it to a variable. This is what I mean. If you can do something like, maybe let's do it within query turbo, maybe yeah. I'm trying to see if you can do something like let count equal to that, and then do return count. Yep. So the reason we're not able to do that is because we're using this return expression here alone. So for us, in order to be able to do that, we might have to go to query and where we have expression here, we might have to use return expression. Let's just let's leave that. Return expression. Return expression. Yep, so we might have to restart this to be sure. Yep. Because we want to be able to assign that to a variable also. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So So what I actually want here is the query chain and not the code to render. Let's look at query. Expression. Actually, I need to discard that. I only needed that in. There we go. I need to close this. Yeah, let's wait for this to load. I'm just trying to power through today. Power through. Because I really want to get this out ASAP. And I feel kind of like sleepy, tired. Once I got back yesterday, I just basically went to bed and I wasn't meant to sleep and I just slept off because I was so tired. So we're waiting for this to load, and once this is done, we're just gonna write a bunch more tests and we'll be good to go. Yep. So it looks like it's fully loaded. Um, let's see. We can say let's count equal that, and then we're gonna return con. Does that even work first? No. At least we should get a query chain out of it. Again, nothing. It's interesting. Yeah, I know why that is happening. And now I'm actually contemplating maybe I should just because I think return expression. Yeah, should go here. Yeah. Anyway, because I'm looking like when we have like if else statement, as standalone, should we even allow you to? Should semicolon be made compulsory? Let's do something a little bit brittle first. If I mean So I'm thinking is if it's fire. Oh my god. If it's another expression. No, that's a valid one. Now we can also do is also do that. We can use that either of the two. Maybe that's more robust. So let's try to remove the extra. Yep. Let's see. Let's reload. I should have done that actually. Yep. So we're waiting for this to reload again. I've been having. I need to find a better way to handle this because when you change a macro, sometimes the changes don't show. I need to turn on the light. Yep. Still loading. Yeah. Already parsed that. Oh, you know, actually, what we want to do is see if it's not this. If it's not if else, because this if else already a semicolon. So that's what we want to do. We might want to restart this again. So we just, one thing we've done, as you can see below here, now you're able to return an if else statement. Another thing we're trying to do now is to make it possible for you to assign an if else statement to a variable, and you can do whatever you want with the variable. So basically supporting that in the let statement, while at the same time we're supporting it in the Rayesh Rajvesh. Is that correct? How's it going? Thanks for joining in the stream. Where are you chatting from? So hello everyone, thanks for joining in. Where are you guys chatting from? You're doing fine, that's good to hear. I'm very well. I'm so much better now. Like in the last 2 weeks I was really sick. I was down, I had flu, I couldn't do nothing. But now I'm getting better. I'm still feeling sleepy and tired, but I'm getting so much better. How about you? How are you feeling now? How's life? And what got you interested in Rust and everything? Also, now we're able to, as you can see, this works. Now we're able to assign it to a variable. And let's see if we can return cond. Woo! Now we're able to return cond, and we get it as block. And you see now this isn't yelling at us anymore. So that we're able to do this, expect a block, and that's why it's doing that. So that's good. And if you want, you can, thank you, you can even do this straight up. If you want to enforce that, yeah, you can just say we want a block, then it tells you that it must return an expression, and you just do that. Remember that you can always do this, something like this, and it should be fine. But actually that's cool, isn't it? Isn't that cool? We call this condition. Yep, we're able to use it directly here and just do a return, and we are also able to assign it to a variable like this. So what got you interested in Rust and things like that? Rajvesh. I'm sorry, my stream is still like a lot of things I know I need to fix, but I still want to focus on this project first before I start doing those things. Because I don't want to waste time on what's not helping the project directly now. Anyway, supports if else as an expression to less statements. So let's see, let's try to run some tests. Cargo test, query if else. Ooh. Okay, so now we're getting cond being assigned. If else greater than 5, return these, else if return that, else if return. Nice. Then we return cond instead. That looks good to me. There's something that came to mind, but let's against run it up. Yep, that looks good. It's all an expression now. Yep, looks good. So there's still a deserialization issue with let back query. Let's open that on another tab. Let's run it. That's block macro. So this basically It's complaining about. Anyway, let's confirm that from here. So what if we do let's cond equals this. Let's check if that's going to work. We do return cond. Let's try to change the number. Okay, yeah, so that works there. And we're expecting that it should work here also, right? How about we take it back to the old way? Return. Is this even worth it? We just want to be sure though. Now let's just make it work with this. So 7 is greater than 5. This should be evaluating. Select spaceship, and that should give us this, right? Should be 6 of them. Generate a spaceship 0 to 7. Yep. So this part should be evaluated. Let's see. Did not match any of the variants because we're getting back none. No. What? Let's do that. Yep. Select from. Let's see. Let's get a statement back. Actually, I'm curious. It's possible that the implementation of this statement has been changed. So I'm just going to confirm. Okay. If it's greater than 5, return that. There's something though. Did you see that? We were supposed to return that. It's fine. Actually looks good to me. Oh, where is X? Okay, yeah, within that. So what's missing? It's missing. So how about we say okay, so even when we pass the direct statement to it, we're getting none out of it. So there is something wrong elsewhere. And just to be sure, let's be sure that it's coming from this part. Let's be sure. Okay, so not there. Let's do that. Okay, so actually not from there. So that looks good. Okay. It first test. Score. Okay, the problem is coming from here. Fair enough. Yeah, it's a little bit different. If okay, if val is greater than 5, in this case it's 4, so it's not greater than a 5. If your name is equal to which it is, then select weapons. Okay, that makes sense. How about we just pass in weapon, and let's see. Same. Maybe we can just pass the query just to be sure. Okay, that worked. We're passing directly. Interesting. Return if else external. Let's see what that returns. Oh my god. From name then return if is external. Okay. Okay, let's see if this actually does matter here. Do we need to explicitly return? Oh, so was that a problem? We needed to return explicit. I thought you could do it implicitly. Let's comment that out. Oh, maybe in the new version, because I just tested it, and as you can see, when I tested it, it was possible to do it implicitly, but it looks like now it's requiring you to do it explicitly. Oh, that is crazy. So you have to, it has to be either or, all or nothing. Like if you're doing it, if you're returning in one, you have to return in all. If you're not returning in some, oh my god, that doesn't seem like a good idea to me. There should be consistent stuff that if you're returning in one, you have to return in all. So I might actually enforce that with the compiler and just say, check if any of the return statements are at least at the top level. If there is return, then others should have return. I can enforce it. And I'm thinking of making it explicit. Like you always have to use return keyword rather than doing it implicitly. I think I might enforce. Yeah. I'll just put a comment there first. If you use return so yeah. Let's see this. All right, now it all passes. Let's see. This one. Let's run all the integration tests and the ORM package. There are lots more other tests. But first we're running this integration test. We'll make sure everything passes, and after that we'll run all the tests in the code base. And then we'll clean it up. We fix all the lintings and clippies and stuff. And after that, we'll add a few more tests and we should be good to go. So the tests are passing. That's good. Okay, that doesn't really matter much, because that's deprecated API anyway. So let's run it again. Yeah, this also is deprecated. I'll remove them in another peer. I was initially implementing those as macro, using macro rules, like more declarative, but now I'm using procedural macros because I needed a lot more flexibility. Okay, so we have one failure, and that's coming from query transaction deprecated. If that's the case, we actually don't care about that anymore. Or query turbo. Interesting. Let's discard that and let's go back in. Let's do query turbo. Let's first delete that actually. Yep. So it's complaining on with block macro. Okay. What's the complaint about? Fail to parse query at line 130. At line 30. And column 1 expected query to hand snippet blah 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 4 dash in perhaps missing a semicolon on the previous statement. Okay, so you might be missing a semicolon somewhere. And where could that be? On what line is that happening? And first thing first, query change should actually, are we using it anywhere? No. So we're saying the third. Let me see what that looks like first. Here's the query turbo. I should have just run query turbo alone. From query turbo. Okay. Quite complex, huh? Oh, you know what? Let's do build, and let's do Parser, display, query chain, fine tune params. Yep. So maybe that cargo test. Cargo test. query turbo. So let's see if this is correct. Start from here, I think. Where does it start? From here. So we have a create statement. Balance one creates that amount and ID. Yep. Balance one. We create a standalone. Good. We have an if else statement that is standalone. So that says if balance is greater than 10, assign first name, and assign score, create a select statement, and close that brace. Select from this where account, blah blah blah, equals 5. Looks good. Then else if balance less than 100, first name, blah. Pretty much the same thing, because I was just testing. If it's greater than or equal, we do pretty much the same thing. And else, we assign first name, score, we do the same thing again. Then we have our for loop here for a name in these names. Say first, assign that this, create a good statement, have another if block within it. Yeah. So one thing I need to confirm is if the if statement needs to end with a semicolon. As you can see, it doesn't end with it here. If I show it to you, this part, there's no semicolon at the end of that, and within the for loop, we have another for loop within that. Let's go through it together. So we have this line, then we have another for loop. We assign score, we assign the first statement, second statement, we select all. That's a standalone statement. For loop, both close with semicolon. We have another creation, we have updates. Yeah, but one thing is the if else statement doesn't end with semicolon, and I need to confirm if that's allowed. Yeah, I think it shouldn't. Doesn't have to. So we need to figure out that. Let's see here. Maybe. Let's see. I think if you're gonna have like multiple statements, you probably yep. So if you're gonna have like select or from, let's say user now. Let's say you're gonna have another if statement. That's all well and good, but without that, then there comes a problem. So if it's not standalone, we probably shouldn't have a semicolon. I mean, we should have semicolon if it's standalone. So let me check if else. Let's go a little bit down. Let's try that. Okay. Define function. I thought we were running just for query turbo. That looks good. So missing closing delimiter. Let's first equals that truncation. Okay, that's happening where we have a lot of firsts, blah blah blah. Okay, we have one first here, standalone first. Do we have any other standalone first? I don't think so. So if that's the only standalone first, what's the complaint? It's missing closing delimiter. So there's something not being closed there. Let's look at so let's look at that. Let's scroll a little bit down. Oh, I see. We have, did you notice that we have an open parenthesis there, which is not being closed? Where is that coming from? That is weird. Let's see, we've got it here also. First, yeah, we have it there also. Where's that coming from? Let's check for a loop. For a loop view in of iterable, then the block. That is interesting. Then we need to check the statement. That is weird. Where is that coming from? Where is it coming from? It should be from, it could also be from query chain. Let's check. Query or block or whatever. Query chain, not that. This. Since we're encountering that in the first okay. So we are experiencing that. Do we have it in another place where we have for loop? Let's see. Do we have just one for loop here? We should have two. Let first. Shouldn't we have first? Just a bunch of fail statement. Okay. Yep. I want to have another for loop here. But yeah, as you can see, there's an open parenthesis before the let statement. And I don't think it's from the let statement builder itself, because we can't find it in the others. So guys, pardon me, I'm working at the lazy mode. Maybe I'm just gonna rest this better. Let's do better. Let's do better. I just want to chew. You know what? Let me finish off for you guys. Was yeah, so it cannot be in let statement because others don't have it. So we can write out for now. It's likely in the for loop itself or query chain. So we go to for loop because it's after the block, right? So, but there's nothing here. Let's go check the block. Well, you never know. We're not seeing that from block either. Okay. Query chain as something. You tell it to parenthesize something, but it's just one. It's just on one side. So where does the other one come from? Nice to see. Let's check this. Also, it's happening with every for loop. Okay. And as you can see, yeah, you have one there with that for loop. Then right here, open bracket. Does the bracket ever attempt to close? So we have another for loop, open bracket. I think I know what's happening. We're probably calling parenthesized because that's query chain, right? And it's 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 causing that to create that stuff. Yeah, I think that's the likely explanation there. So this is for the inner and that's for the outer. So we're probably calling parenthesized in for loop build, at least somewhere we are calling that. So let's see, block. Block. Query chain. Why did I call that? Oh, maybe I thought I was calling as block. I think yeah, query change should be just fine there also. Because we don't always want to actually return there. So if we go, let's go call that test again, query turbo. Okay, so that takes that away. Right. Great. Okay, good. Update, fix, extra, news, parenthesis. So that looks okay. It means this is returning what it should. Why we try to do something like the so we're mostly just left with updating the test. Okay, that's passing. That looks good. So remove that and I don't know. Do we wanna maybe do the account? There should be two, right? I'm actually not sure. I need to check the logic. I need to. Let's see. Okay. Just be sure. Let's try to break this. But am I actually creating 3 accounts? So that part, what's wrong? Okay, probably didn't save that. Okay, it says 177 0. Interesting. Oh yeah, that's expected because that's not the third statement anymore. We have to count the number of statements. That's a little bit cumbersome now because this is even way more complex to deal with. Anyway, like we have to 1 2 maybe this 3 4 5 6, maybe 6, and let's say maybe that's 5, index 5. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky, so it's just best to select that outside or make the, I'm not sure if it supports negative index though, that I'm not sure. Yep, transaction read only, blah blah blah. I don't know what's tx read only, so that probably looks like it's working. Anyway, I'd recommend if you're gonna do that, just select it outside outside the statements, fresh. I will fix all these tests, make them cleaner, and I don't know if I'll do that off stream or maybe I should do that on stream. But first, let's just fix all these. Because we can run it all and Yep. So I'm just gonna write a bunch more tests. I'll write with simple standalone follow, then with simple standalone if a statement, and then if a statement, with multiple follow pattern. Just different scenarios like that. Yeah, I'll test all that, and let's see this first. I'm gonna run all the tests, and I will add all these other ones later. 194. Okay. Let's see that. Interesting. This just passed. That is just passed. Oh, probably I didn't save it properly. I didn't save it properly when it did pass. dbtx read only. Transaction is read only. Begin transaction. Receive. DB query not executed. Let's remove the follow. Probably should at least temporarily remove that also. Executed. We need to figure out why that's DB query not executed, huh? Oh, that is weird. That is so weird. 95. Let's see. It's on the sync function. You know what? I will have to figure this out. Let's say update DB engine and so figure out why this is not being executed. Say take all that out and so anyway, let's run all the integration tests again. Once we're able to pass this, we'll come back to this. Once we're able to pass this, we'll run all the tests in the code base. If everything passes, we're gonna fix all the links, clippies, and things like that. Clean up the code. Once we're done cleaning up the code, we'll write more test cases for query terrible, block, transaction, and all. Basically, the things I described here. We just add those test cases, and we'll do it for. We'll do similar. We might have to use macro there. We'll do similar for query turbo, block, and transaction macros. Okay, we have a bunch of tests filling there. There used to be 4 bindings here. There are 2 here now. One, 2. Okay. But actually, shouldn't this be bound itself? It's just best to, having to manually update that would be so painful. Looks like it's not binding what's in the body anymore. And there is the ref. Anyway. Is that it fails? A second. Cargo test query if I see. This is happening in the because I'm thinking, shouldn't this have? Yeah, look at that. I'm thinking it should bind. Where is? Yeah, it's binding two things, so it's not binding the entire query anymore because now it's seeing them as chains. And what I think is now, like you say, where age greater than 45, then it's probably gonna take that. individually. It's taking time. So now it's showing that there should be 3 here, right? So it's doing them individually. Fair enough. It's 365. I should actually allow standalone statement there. Yeah, I should still allow it. I think the block would have been nice. But granted, it doesn't always have to be blocked, so I guess it makes sense there. On 365, it's expecting just 2. Yep. And I mean, it'd be nice to have this, but it's gonna be set. And then I need to add the parenthesis. Now what to it in my opinion. 541. Yeah, it's more. It's not taking the entire statement now. So you go something like. It would have actually been nice for it to be taking the entire statement, but that should let's see, conditional. Let me change. Anyway. Yep. Anyway. Five for one. Let's see, that's 15. 4, 7, 6. That's 21. That's 5. This should be maybe 3 now. Okay, no. I could have actually left most of these, and like say if you're having a standalone body, like you just want to write if this and have a single statement, I think you shouldn't even need to use chain. You don't want to have like multiple statements. But my only thing is, in what situation would you even want to have like a standalone if else statement? In that case, if you're gonna have like standalone top level if else statement, you might as well just use normal Rust. Like if the only situation where I can see that being useful is if you want to use some runtime evaluation, and I don't see why you would want to do that without just using query turbo. Yeah, so Yeah, I think it's nice to be able to support um, I mean, we could do something like this. Mm, um, You know what? Oh, yeah. I need to update this. I'm thinking if I should still support like this. Should I? Or should I just make the user use? I need to think about this. Should I still support this old way? Um, the downside to this is, yeah, I can see this being quite useful if you just need to do a basic stuff. Use, let's say you create something, you get some result out of it, and you wanna assign this to a field in a create or update statement, and just say if the result temperature is this within this range, code this. You just want a bunch of other stuff. This can be useful. So I'm actually thinking of still supporting the old way. Still supporting the old way. You know what? I will maybe comment this just for this test to pass. I'll remove this and take some time to think if I still want to support this simple stuff. I think I should. I shouldn't just let it go. Do we have to start running from beginning again? Yep, let's do it. for loop. But yeah, I need to also update these. Yeah, I think I'll temporarily remove this also because a lot has changed with the for loop and if else statement. Because the truth is, every time you're going to be using the for loop, it will almost be within the context of query turbo block or transaction. You will, well, technically, you can actually, you might have a standalone for loop to create a bunch of stuff. It's possible, but in that case, you can still use query turbo. So a bunch of tests, actually a lot of them. I just want to make sure everything passes and we're good. Yes. I'm so to be. Oh, okay, it's still running. Bunch of tests there. Wow, everything passed. Wonderful. So we just need to, I guess, update. Um, we need to update. Let me be sure the integration tests are also passing. We just need to update. Yep, that passes. We need to update the Rust doc for if else statement and for loop. I think we're at a good spot right now. We need to update the Rust doc for these two and we're good to go. There is one other stuff I'm contemplating if I should still support, like, yeah, let's revert that up here. Being able to write something simple like this without necessarily using the chain function. If it's just like a singular expression, like you should be able to do this without using the chain macro. That's something I would have to think about. But the reason why I wasn't gravitating towards that is you would anyway want to write this in form of like a macro. I look at query turbo. Query turbo. If we go down here, you'd want to write it this way anyway. So I don't see much benefit to it, but I could be wrong. I might support that also. That was the way we were implementing it before, so it shouldn't be much of a hassle to revert that support. But, yep, I think we're headed for a good destination. I'll do these two updates. I might do it upstream. Then, as you can see, there are a few more like test cases I'm looking to add for query turbo, things like this, basically. Besides that, there is this aspect that I need to figure out why the database engine is not executing the query. I need to figure that out, and then I need to clean the code base up. I think that's pretty much it. And from the implementation perspective, I would consider query turbo, transaction, and block to be done for now. We've been live for about 4 hours. I know I've been looking a little bit tired. That's because I'm still recovering, but I really just wanted to come online and do some work today. And I'm glad that we've been able to achieve something, no matter how little. I love you guys. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day and week. If you're watching this stream later, I promise we're gonna be back stronger and better and more active during the stream. I'm still trying to get my energy together. You see, my voice is still recovering, but it's so much better now. And I'm happy. Compliment of the season to everyone. I hope you have a wonderful night. I think I'll go off stream. I'll relax a little bit. I've been feeling like napping all day, so maybe I'm gonna nap, and I could do the other stuff off stream, or if I have energy I could do it on stream. But the thing is, it's not gonna be much of like an active coding session, because it's just like updating docs, and writing more tests. And maybe that's also worth streaming if you guys are interested. But anyways, have a great one. I love you guys. I'll be checking out now.